ba-de ba 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 beeda ba 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 ba-da-dee ba 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 ba. Last time on this game, we had a lot of fighting. Yeah, almost Ink died, but don't worry, his family saved from Yavanna. She's super hottie. Woo! And then there was Círdan, and he was hot too, and he was like, "You can't master the spoons," and Sly. I don't know how Sly got there, but she was like, "I am the master of the spoon."
I am the Spoon Master! During the Pot of Destiny!
Yes! Spooky Blooby, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Who would you like to give inspiration to? Never mind, Jacqueline's already on it. Thank you! Shout out to my mods, I love you, bye! And that's where we start our game. Alright. Kelros Keep is a massive 4-tiered castle. Within the higher courtyard, there is a garden, a beautiful, structured, blooming, almost all year round architecture maze. This is a place Solana knows well. Even still, it is the place where we left Mads. Fuck, who am I? More or less.
Damn.
And Círdan looking out over the garden. Son of a fuck, which DM am I?
You're good. You're the best DM. That's who you are.
Shh, I thank you. Okay. But that's not quite where we start the story. We ended on this beautiful scene and revelation between the two of them. But we're gonna slide to Mr. Hottie Pants, Lumo Thanak. I'm sorry, okay, I'll get a hold of myself, hold on. Back into the Hall of Healing, where the party awaits to meet with Kelros. Correct? Yavanna left to go triple check. Solana came in. There was some role play. There was a quiet conversation between Diz and Theonidas about Theonidas' brother being in Kelros Keep, or being in Kelros City, which is just below the castle. Just on the other side of the river and the wall. Not to be confused with the wall that the keep is built into. The wall being a break line of mountains that is known as the last defense of man. Okay, the party in the Hall of Healing. I need everyone to roll, and this is a very difficult check, but it will decide something later in the session. I need everyone to roll a perception check. And then if you guys will shout it out to me in the order that you introduced yourself, I am pacing, that would be most helpful.
That one for Diz.
21
So
for
4
Theo.
total.
Also starting off strong with a nat 1 for a 3.
I used an inspiration because I got a natural 2. 14 for Solana.
I'm not
18
in
for
the hall.
Solana? I'm sorry, 18?
14.
14,
One
yes.
four.
Everyone needs to roll it. Even you, Sly.
Okay, so I rolled a 17 plus 1, 18.
Okay.
And Ink has 11.
We all got fucked. 'Cause-
I rolled a 21.
Okay, almost everybody.
All right, can everyone but Theonidas please drop out of the call?
Oh, shit.
Nice.
I could have just had everybody deafen themselves too. I didn't even think about it.
True.
Like, instead I like make everybody. But I figure they might want to chat. Okay, Theo.
All right.
moving through the castle to the meeting and just pacing around the halls of healing. You've been in the castle, in the keep, for roughly just below 2 hours now, okay? It's just about. When you first feel the wind, you think nothing of it at first touch. It feels normal. You're in a drafty castle. For there to be cold chills that touch your bare arms and cause goosebumps to prickle along the flesh. The same moment that that happens, a very slight mage steps in with Yavanna. He doesn't say a word, and Yavanna doesn't seem interested in introducing him. He has a cowl that is a bit wider at the base, like it's built out. So it's almost a pyramid box that's just placed over his head and face. But the fabric pulls down around his chest, and like monk robes, everything else is hidden. Around his waist is a string of beads. Doesn't make a lot of noise. But again, his arms are tucked into the sleeves in front of him, almost like his arms are folded. He's a little bit taller than Yavanna, and very fair, very slight, almost sickly. Things that she say, he nods to, as if listening in a part of your conversation, though he has no interest in interrupting. He takes up the rear line when your party is directed to follow Yavanna. He's very quiet, and he's too far back to engage in any polite conversation, but he's close enough that he could likely hear any words spoken at a normal volume among your party. Okay? Would you like to roll anything before I bring everyone back?
No.
Okay.
I've been touched.
Summoned.
Yay, I made it.
Present.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Caller.
Okay. Each of you, no matter where you are in the castle, are summoned to the meeting with Kelross. Anything you'd like to roleplay out or do before your meeting?
Ink will probably have some crutches because he's still struggling. I would feel he'd be in a lot of pain. So
Ink, very
That's-
fragile boy.
he really is, though. Come on, he's a wizard.
I will go up to Theo real quick. Hey Theo.
What's up?
You be okay talking to Velcott? What's his name?
Kelross.
Keenan Kel?
Kelros?
Kel Ross. Yes. You be okay talk Kel Ross?
I think I'll be all right. We have people here that'll help. I'm sure that, it'll turn out just fine.
Okay, if go bad. Me smash?
I just give you a look. I don't say no or yes. I just give you a look.
Okay, me smash. Then just step back.
Got it.
Or dead.
So Yavanna's in the front, kind of just leading everybody.
Yes.
I'm gonna catch up to her a little bit and walk the same pace as her, side by side. And Theo's gonna ask, "So what's Leo doing here?"
Traveling.
Traveling.
Seeking those who attacked Tower Town.
seems he's looking for answers, same as me. All right.
I'm sure your sister would be here as well.
Giovanna's here?
She sent a missive.
Is father here as well?
She turns. He could be. But I received no letter indicating of your father's arrival, but perhaps your entire family could be here. I did meet with Leo.
Does he know I'm here?
I have not met with him since your arrival.
All right. Thank you. And then he's gonna trail back to
Theonidas,
Yes.
I will not tell your brother you are here. It will be your choice alone. I promise.
I appreciate that.
You are most
Soon.
welcome.
I will meet with him soon.
And Theo? Sorry, she says Theonidas, your full name.
Mm-hmm.
I am very sorry for your loss.
I appreciate it. Now let's get answers.
She continues, her footsteps tip, 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 tip. Massive arched halls, sparsely decorated, but for family crests, shields. At some point, the party is unsure when, but those of you that rolled at least a 15 on your perceptions, more or less joins the line of you. They simply slip in to the line.
I make eye contact with them and just give a nod. Acknowledging that they came back, but also like, thank God.
Because I remember you guys were gonna go look at them, and then I just kind of God modded.
They look back and they smile and then they wink.
Okay. At the door, some 20 paces away, you hear something smash, and then a voice.
You will not take my child! And if she wishes to go, Kelross, then she is allowed to make that decision. And I will not stand by as you keep her here against her will. You take everything, wizard! And are permitted nothing in this kingdom. I would like to see you try to take away my rights. That's it. Arrest him! Huh? Arrest me and know what my abilities can do, Kelross. You're angry? Understandably so. I did lie. I stretched the truth. I apologize. I owe you a favor, and I will give you penance. But my mission requires that I not be imprisoned for simply standing up for something that I believe in, even if it was in an ill-gotten way. And then there's quiet.
Do we hear this?
You do. Could you still hear me? I pulled my mic far away.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
it
We
sounded,
can hear
yeah,
you,
like-
yeah.
sounded kind of like they were behind
Yeah.
everyone, maybe. Okay, cool.
You're good. You're good. It sounded good.
Yeah, you do hear this. There's something else that shatters. This time it has a metal ching ching ching, and there's a splash and a hiss of fire. And then Kelross changes language. Anybody speak Elven?
Oh,
Yes.
I think I do.
He
Wait, let me check.
Yes.
Yeah, Elvish, yes.
okay.
He says, Dunafel was on that battlefield. Arundor, Dunafel! I understand that, Kelross. No one was lost. Not a single soul, and they fought brilliantly, together, united. They moved united.
Kelross gets quiet. You can hear, you get close enough now. Yvonne's just motioning for each of you to wait. You get close enough now You can hear him breathing heavy, cursing under his breath. And Arendor says softly, if you want to hear, you have to roll a perception, unless you have a passive perception of at least a 14. So I'll wait for you guys to roll.
I'd like to roll.
I'm gonna roll too.
I was gonna be in the hallway picking my nose.
I have a passive perception of 15, so
Got a
Yeah,
6.
passive
I don't know
perception
shit.
15
21.
too.
Oh, nat 20. Okay, he says...
Also nat 20.
Wow, you guys hear every whisper.
I don't hear anything.
I know you miss her, Kelros, my lord. She was my friend. I miss her as well. Do not talk to me as if you know. I have experienced loss, my friend. You of all people should know, should understand. You know Solana and Requiem are meant for greatness. Even the manner of their birth. It is their right. But your feelings are not invalid. It is all right to miss that which is gone and to carry the burden of our dead. It is our honor. It is our blessing and our curse. Just hear them out. And I promise, I will even sign a contract that when I am to be interred into servitude, indenturdom, or even if you wish to lock me below this castle, I will. Whatever punishment you see fit, so long as I keep my life. A lot of people are relying on me, Kelros. If our places were changed, and she was still alive, would you not have done the same? We are very different, Arundel. Age has taught me that we cannot simply mischievous our way through everything. I disagree, but that doesn't mean that you're wrong or that I'm wrong. It's just there is an ability that being mischievous does allow you to sort of slip around rules. Right, you're getting mad again. Sorry. I will take a step back. Right here. I'll be right here.
And that's when Yavanna knocks. She says, my lord, the company of Shadow are here to speak with you. Kelros himself opens the door. And then he steps away, making room for you to step in to this warmly lit smoke room. You can see that there are large winged-back chairs covered in leather, beautiful work. There is a stunning family portrait above the fireplace. There are cigars half-smoked or even uncut on small tables by said couches and winged-back chairs. This definitely looks like a place that Armand maybe visits frequently. It's got this heaty smoke scent other than the fire itself. And he lets all of you come in to what you would consider a very intimate meeting. This is definitely informal. There's no council. If there was a council, it has since moved here. It looks like Arendor and Kelros. You can see that the room opens up into a balcony and there might be someone else out there, but the wind is blowing the shades, so it's hard to see.
You must be. And he looks at everybody. And he doesn't dare guess other than, the orc. And everyone can hear his jaw pop.
Did we hear him say the orc?
Yes.
Okay.
I will curtsy and say bidet. And then I'll wink at Theodore and give him, or Theonidas, and give him a thumbs up.
Craven's gonna quickly step out in front, just to try to put himself in the view of attention, and he's just going to say, kind of bowing down a little bit, "My liege, I am Craven Clevermore, and I am here on behalf of King Tarandarin."
In the stream, this is the equivalent of what Kelross looks like.
Oh damn! You look badass.
This may be a little late to say it, but can I say that Solana's just gonna run over to her dad?
Yeah.
She's gonna bolt over, and you could see I think in that line of walking, she's probably like just behind Theo, but you'll see as she runs past everyone, she's got like tears in her eyes because she heard her dad just like raising his voice and being really angry at Arendor, someone she considers like a father figure as well. So she just grabs her dad, and it's like, Father, I've missed you. Are you mad?
There is no doubt this little girl had this man wrapped around his finger as he just melts, puts his nose in your hair, inhales, all the tension bleeds out of him, and he just says her name like a prayer.
Are you mad at me? Are you angry,
I
Father?
am not mad at you. I could never be angry with you.
Why are you raising your voice?
Because Arendor is stupid. He's an idiot. He's an old man who acts young.
He believes in me, Father. I'm doing so well.
The party sees as Kelross looks at Arendor, and there is murder, and Arendor just gives him a cheeky smile and a wink and a...
Solana, I believe in you. But
Then let
as...
me go.
Solana.
She's just cowering into him, like still grabbing onto him really tight. She'll be like, let me go. This is a very infantile version of Solana. Like, she's naive and she's like very innocent, but you've never seen her be like this, almost like she's like a child when she's with her dad.
I, in good faith, cannot let you leave with a liar.
Just gonna look at the party.
Theo walks up and he says, "But you can let her leave with us."
Say that again, Nathan? I'm sorry. You're quiet for me.
Oh. Theonidas walks up and he says, "But you can let her leave with us."
And who are you?
Do I have the ring, DM? Do I have my ring?
Roll a percentile. Let's see if you got your clothes back in time.
80? 80%?
You do not, but you have your words.
He says, "I'm Theonidas Elfwind."
He raises an eyebrow. And then there's this stiff silence as he expects you to continue.
Look, I'm aware of my name and the responsibility it bears. And I came here to meet you, to talk to you with the intention of using my name so that we could convince you to let Solana travel with us. But I think you should hear out your daughter. Listen to her.
We bought like 20 cards at 5 cents each.
Ask her what she wants. And I know what you want is the best for her. Keep her safe. She's in safe hands. Maybe you don't trust Arendor, but maybe with my name, you're able to trust me. You might not know me, but the name bears weight. And I'm sure you know that. What say you, Kael'Ros?
He eyes Diz, and then his eyes slip over to more or less. And then they just roam around your party's faces like he's drinking in who you are. Each of you feel as if you are being stripped by a hurricane. This man has a punishing, piercing gaze. Lady Yavanna speaks highly of your skill and your aptitude in battle. And I knew Caspian well. She was like a sister to me.
She was wonderful.
I am a simple man, and further still, a simple father who only seeks to protect the most precious thing in his life. And that's when he takes the mark where Solana is marked. Is it on her hand or arm?
It's on the palms of her hands.
He lifts up her hands and says, "And this is not anything I would have allowed to happen." And then he shoots a look at Arendor. "They are not Keeper." And Arendor shrugs. "They all had to say yes. Every one of them had to agree."
I'm sure it's not something that you would have agreed to, but it's something that Solana accepted.
Mm-hmm.
What's done is done. What we need to do is look forward. Your daughter wants to be a hero, along with us, protectors, a company of shadow. We've all accepted this, and Theo shows the tattoo. We've all accepted this together. It was all in agreement. We need your daughter as much as she needs us. Listen to her, Kael'Ros.
This is what you want, Solana.
Father, I want this more than anything. I love this castle. I love being home with you, and every inch of this place has been my home, my own little world forever. But I would like to see more. I would like to do more. And I think I can with these people. I just want you to trust that I can.
And she can.
He
She's
frowns.
quite the fighter.
He frowns very deeply.
He what very deeply? I'm sorry.
Frowns.
Oh,
He tugs
Why
at his
you-
face.
why? Why are you upset?
When you are rested, before you will be allowed, any of you children, allowed to leave the castle grounds, you will defeat me in armed combat or you will not go. And Arnor's like, this is my decree.
Theo walks up. I accept.
All of you
There's
have
also
no
walks up.
choice but to accept.
Father, do I have to fight you?
You will prove to me, Solana, or you will not leave. And you, wizard, wipe that mocking grin off your face.
Arendor just looks down.
Arendor has told me that each of you are seeking information about recent attacks at Tower Town and on the barbaric tribes of the north. Is this true?
That's right. Whoever killed my mother, Caspian, I need to find out who did it.
He approves of that idea. Caspian was close. He's also curious.
Then you will defeat me on the morrow or you will not.
We will.
If you do not, then I will go with you, Arendor, and I will take the call.
Arendor looks very surprised. Like, you will?
I mean, you could come along right now. I would love to have you. And he's like, quiet. Those are my terms.
I look at look to the rest of the party. Everyone's see the response.
This is gonna raise his hand. A question. Will we be fighting you with weapons or like punching and stuff?
What would you prefer, Orc?
I would very, very much like my hammer.
Very well. Then you will meet me with all of the metal in your bones, and I will meet you with mine.
I don't have metal in my bones.
Excuse me, but may I interject?
Of course, Squire Clevermore.
Well, I do believe that you have every right to test our strength to ensure that we are more than capable of carrying the weight of this task and also making sure that your daughter is safe. I mean no disrespect when I say that I believe that we are on the same side and we have a solid goal in mind, and I believe that your daughter is a vital part of that. In fact, this may even be her destiny, one might say. And I do not believe that it would be fruitful for us to engage you in combat. The king has sent me out, being most trusted to him, to handle this task alongside Arendor. And we've gathered this party here who is more than capable. I would trust them all with my life, and I would give mine for your daughter. If we must fight you, we will, but I do not think that it is necessary.
And I mean no disrespect when I say, Squire Clevermore, that you will defeat me, or you will not defeat me. And if you do not, you are not strong enough to carry this burden. And I will take the call, and I will leave with Arendor. And Solana and the rest of you will go home. The creature you faced on the battlefield earlier today is a monstrosity known as Dunafel, and if you wish to know the tales written behind that wraith's hood, please have Yvonne read to you the Scrolls of Shadow.
It just may do that. I believe that the knowledge could be invaluable on our journey.
What you face today is a fingernail of capability. A teardrop in an ocean. And if you cannot defeat me, you are not strong enough.
Very well, if there's no other option.
None
we
that
shall
will
face
convince me, Clevermore. You may have convinced Tarandaran, but he is not a man of the blade. And I mean that in the most respectful sense.
All right, then.
I'm glad we have come to this understanding. And you?
He finally looks at more or less.
A thing of shadow.
And Arendor's like, ah! And he kind of stands in front of you.
So simple. Nice to meet you. Maybe. What do you know of Keeper?
Keeper
You can
sought to
explore.
form an alliance with me in my younger days, to convince me to walk a path of shadow, which I refused.
And now look where you are. Seems like you couldn't escape the shadow. Isn't that right?
He looks at Arendor.
And whose fault would that be?
Well, now, we cannot pass the blame unto others. That's not very just of you.
Then you do not recognize the situation, Fey creature. You are all dismissed. I wish to spend time with my Solana.
All right. I give a bow. I start walking out.
I will also start walking out, but on my way out, I will accidentally knock over like a candle stand, and then like struggle to like catch it, and then my butt cheeks through my patient robe will kind of just flutter out, and I'm like, oh, oops, and I'm just straighten the candle stand, bow, and then back out.
Gosh darn it, Diz.
I had him mute. I was cackling. Kelross is so displeased you feel like his face is gonna melt off. There's such a deep frown there. Arendor is gonna be the last out, kind of motioning all of you to go on. Okay. Once you are all free, except for Solana.
Arendor says, excellent. That went over grand. Well done. And Craven, sticking up for me like that.
And he touches his chest.
I'm touched.
we can get a moment.
Why do you sound so upset?
There's just some things I'd like to discuss. And, I don't think that whole thing went quite as well as we could have hoped. Did not expect to be engaging him in combat.
But when fun shall that be? A little combat never hurt anyone.
That's true.
Maybe Ink.
Yes, and I think he liked me pretty well. He kept staring at me.
Me too. I wonder.
And we get to fight? I can't wait.
I'm sure you can't.
Let's just be sure not to underestimate our opponent, okay, guys?
Either way, we've got to beat him. That's what we will do.
I have no doubt in our capabilities as a team, though I may be barred from assisting you.
That's fine. Is there any advice you could lend to us? What's his combat style like? What's he best at?
I have watched Armand Kelross slay a dragon single-handedly.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
He is like a hurricane, capable of both magics, counter magics, and a physical prowess that would put, well, most all to shame. He is the world's military leader. He is quite formidable. However, he has a trick knee. Intense arthritis in his hips, and his hands hurt every day in the morning before he soaks them in wine and hot water.
Right. He's aged. Maybe he is not as strong as he used to be.
He's most certainly
Never.
not as fast.
All right.
Never underestimate even those with age. I mean, look at Arendor.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, look. True. Look at the shit you put us through. Even at an old age, we still have to fix your shit.
It is a gift and a talent. I am sorry.
All right. Well, we will win. We will.
I certainly believe in you.
All right.
Got any other fancy trinkets in your bag to maybe help us out?
Or more magic spells?
Yes. However, Yavanna, I am not helping you, Arndor. Come now. You owe me. Don't bring that up now. Spell scrolls? Surely you can supply my young master Ink with a multitude of potential tattoos. He could tattoo his friends. I know that you can heal his exhaustion instantaneously. I'm sure one of these gentlemen would love to solve your mind puzzle.
And that gets her attention. And then she
Mind
looks
puzzle?
over all the
I-
gentlemen in the party. Indeed, you are all fond of puzzles.
Yes, they are.
Yes, especially Ink here. He loves puzzles.
Yeah,
Right,
he's
Ink?
very good at puzzles.
Um,
But Ink better.
yeah. Ink.
I wink.
Ink has this weird, like he's like kind of confused. It's like, since when have I told you of puzzles?
All the time. Ink.
I'm gonna quietly, not quietly, whisper, Riz, Ink, Riz.
Ink himself seems to be quite the puzzle. So maybe you
I
can
do
solve
not
that as
know
well.
this orcish word
That's right, Ivana.
is.
He is a puzzle that you could figure out at some point in the day.
Or at night.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ivana, I have a question. Whereabouts is Leo?
You will find him in the lower city,
All right.
staying at an inn called the Swaggering Magus.
All right. This fight doesn't happen until maybe tomorrow, or do you know when?
It will likely be tomorrow at sunrise.
All right. I'll meet up with Theo before then. Leo, before then.
Of course. Are you sure you don't want to wait until after?
You know what? As long as we still have time to stay in Kelros a little bit, even after the fight, then I'll speak with him after the fight.
I will make sure of it.
All right.
I believe, regardless of how the fight goes, whether we're victorious or not, I think we're gonna need a little time to recuperate after. So,
Yes. I would like to heal.
As Ink is just leaning on his crutches.
Let's get some rest then, and prepare for this fight.
If one of you can solve a puzzle, I will heal you all now. There's kind of like a light in her eyes.
How many tries we get?
Only one.
Like each?
Yes, but you cannot ask for help.
Oh.
I'm quite interested.
Little game.
I am very fond of puzzles.
Sure.
Well, and to make sure you are all of sound mind, she puts her middle finger to her thumb, crosses them across her chest, and she whispers in a language that I'm not sure any of you speak. There's a glowing from her chest. She crosses her hands across each other so that the circles that her fingers form cross, and there's just this moonbeam, and each of you feel the exhaustion completely lift.
Oh.
There's a gust of wind. Theo,
Oh, sorry.
you see that silent mage, maybe 100 paces at the end of the hall. He gives you a nod.
I look back and give him a curious look, and then stare for a little bit, and then I look forward.
If you would like, let us fetch your clothes. I'm sure they are mended and ready by now, and then we shall head onto the
I was trying
library.
to swag tree on them. We're clearly not winning this game.
In the
Yes,
please,
library,
lead
I
the way.
will administer the puzzles. And she like looks at Ink, quite curious, and then her eyes swing to Craven. Which of you, and she looks at Leonidas, will solve the puzzle? And then she looks at Diz, of course, with a little smile.
I'm pointing at Ink.
I am also pointing at Ink.
But like subtly, like under my arm, just pointing.
Let us get dressed, and then I will fetch Lady Solana. It does get sort of depressing when she spends too much time with her father. He's quite an intense man. Good. Don't get me wrong, he is very good, but intense.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. And Arundel, and you see that he's like 50 paces away from you guys, like he was sneaking off. And he stops and he turns and like adjusts the candle, like that's what he was doing the whole time. So he said, I would like you to come with us to the library as well. Oh, yes, yeah. Wouldn't have it any other way. Perfect. Good.
Like a spoon to a bowl, a puzzle piece fits perfectly in place. We must keep searching until we find the right fit and complete the picture.
That makes Ivana
Oh, you guys
smile.
won, like, everyone else lost.
Okay, everybody roll for me. Just a d20.
Myself too?
Mhm.
Okay.
Are we adding anything to it?
Nope, just a flat d20 roll.
Ziggs deal.
11. I'm rolling like an idiot.
All right, Val, what'd you get?
3.
All right, more or less.
19.
Solana.
11.
Reclevin. Sorry, Craven. Jeez.
16.
Theo.
16.
Diz.
13.
More or less is the first dressed and ready to go. Followed closely
Huh?
behind Craven and Theo. So just the three of you have a chance, right? Yeah, the three of you have a chance to roleplay, just the three of you. There's not a lot of guards in the hallway. I mean, they are, but they're like at either end. And then
I didn't hear
Yavanna.
who the 3 were. Can you repeat it?
Oh, yeah, you, Theo, and Craven. So if you guys want to question where more or less went or anything like that, now is your time.
So, you're back.
I am. You
Gonna be-
noticed.
Yes. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't want to know. I trust you, and so I don't really want to pry into the details. You're back. That's all that matters to me.
I would like to know.
Oh God.
You're
course
off
you
running,
would.
getting into trouble. Are you stealing spoons? Did you get caught?
Stealing. Why would I do such a thing? I
What
would
word
never.
would you use? Or taking something that doesn't belong to you? Oh, procuring. Okay.
Yes.
We really
I-
don't need to get into any trouble with you
I was not
procuring.
getting into trouble. I
Really?
simply was taking what was mine.
So they all belong to you.
You know, spooning is not just an art, it's a magical skill that only few can master, and here I am with my spoons, clearly the master of spoons, yes?
Yes, at this point, I believe all spoons belong to them.
Now you're getting it. See, with a
Well-
spoon in hand, you can conquer any feast. Isn't that right?
I've seen it
Tinnitus.
firsthand.
The unfortunate part is that I don't think other people share that same perspective. So they may not be too keen on you taking what they believe is theirs.
No one was angry, simply amused. And I told a story, and a spoon was given.
So you did get caught.
I did not get caught. It was simply a matter of conversation.
Hmm.
Look,
Although I
no,
did meet someone quite interesting. We were like a perfect pair. A pair of spoons.
Oh, wow.
Like 2 spoons in a bowl of porridge. The perfect match.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Wow. Whoever that was must have been off their rocker as well.
Well, they were Arendor's brother.
Ah, that explains
Wow.
it. Yep.
Erendor has a brother. I don't want to know. We have to focus for tomorrow. No harm, no foul. Nobody was mad. Nobody got in trouble.
No,
And
no,
you-
no.
Exactly. So you got
Only-
your spoon.
I did. Would you like to see it? No,
You
never
show me.
mind. I
Oh,
could never
okay.
show you.
That's all right.
Do you still have yours?
I do. I keep
Ah.
it close to me.
Fantastic. You know, we should spoon and never let go.
I mean, I don't know what that is, but is it like we touch the spoons? We did a
Yes!
clink, clink, clink.
Yes, yes, yes. It
Ah, we should
sounds
do that
very
all the
fun.
time. Spooning.
Now,
All right.
spooning, yes. I told you it's not an art, but a magical skill.
He looks at. He looks like looking at Theo. He's happy. You know. He looks content. Yeah, and he goes. I'm happy to have both of you here. We are the company of shadow. I love that.
How intriguing. I'm not sure how I feel about this fight with Lord what's-it-called, old man crinkly knees. He
Whatever
asks too
happens.
much.
He's just concerned about Solana. Which I understand to a certain extent, but he could have just, come with us. If he wants to come with us. But if he wants us to fight, then that's what we're going to do.
We will
prove it
need to
him.
be careful. There's a reason I was trying to talk him out of it. I have heard tale of his ferocity.
Like what?
Well, I believe Arendor pretty well summed it up earlier, but I mean, I don't know that I could single-handedly take on a dragon, so
Look
just saying.
at our party. We have a ketchup-loving, raging-induced oak who's fucking strong as shit. I have a shield, and I'm huge. We have more or less who's got the most epic spoons.
Yes,
We
the
have
spoon is
you.
mightier than the sword. Of
Exactly.
course.
And you can grow huge mushrooms. Impressive.
Well,
But
thank
I
you're the
do
first person to
believe-
tell me that about them. But thank you.
We've got it. I believe we'll be able to do this. We can and we will. We will win.
Together.
Exactly.
It is important, I do not believe, being left alone with a man such as he will leave us but anything as dust. We'll be left behind, dead.
That's what I'm afraid of. But I guess we don't really have much of a choice at this point, so give it our all. Perhaps we can earn his respect in that way, and he'll lend us some of his resources.
That's the hope, right? That is the hope.
Indeed.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's a little nerve-wracking knowing that Leo's here.
Who is Leo?
My elder brother. We're all adopted. He
Family.
is... I love him, but he can be a little much. He's competitive. He's overprotective. And he seems to not enjoy taking responsibility for things that he's done wrong. So he would blame me or my sister when we were kids. And that's exactly what he did when Mother died. Blamed it on me because I wasn't there. It's
And where
complicated.
were you?
I was with Father. We would venture around the forest, scavenging for foods. And when we came back, everything was destroyed.
Mm.
And he blames me for not being present at the time.
That's
He
a heavy
seems
burden to
silly.
put on someone.
Mm.
It's all right. But knowing that he is on a journey to figure out what happened to Mother is somewhat relieving to me. Just hopefully, when we do talk, he doesn't see me as someone he blames anymore. But we'll only see.
Might I ask how long it's been since you've last spoken with him?
Since Mother died, this last time, he ran off right after.
Well, I imagine much has probably changed with the both of you since your last encounter.
That may be the case. It also brings me great relief knowing that Gio will be there, my little sister.
Do they all look like you?
No. See, Leo's a Leonin. He's a fierce-looking man. And Gio, she's a half-elf. very soft and calming. Complete opposite of Leo, really.
Hmm. And then
Maybe-
there's you in the middle.
Middle child, right?
So, will we have the pleasure of meeting the family, or you planning on running off to take care of that by yourself?
Well, if things go the way I hope they do, then of course I would love for them to meet the people that I call friends. But if Leo decides to be hostile, then we might have to save that for another day.
Hey, well, look at the bright side. If Kelross kills us all tomorrow, you won't even have to worry about it.
True, but we will win, Craven. He won't kill us.
Right, of course. I also believe that we will win.
Your
There you go.
sarcasm is palpable, Mushroom Man.
Oh, he was being sarcastic. Oh, you dick. I love you, Craven, but you're such a dick sometimes.
Oh, love you too, man.
I give you a little pat on the shoulder. I give you a kiss on the
All right.
Oh, ew. Sorry, what?
What the? At
It
this
seems that Theo's
What is
heart
Hazard
beats
on
like
today?
a spoon against a bowl.
At this point, the rest of the party is showing up. Solana was collected by Yavanna. It's cute. They all have Anna at the end of their name. And everyone is no longer exhausted, and you're dressed. You're all dressed. You have all of your items back. Anything that was in disrepair has been mended. And Yavanna says, "So are we ready?"
Did we get our spoons back with our stuff?
You did.
Good.
Yavanna, really? Quickly. Am I going to be allowed to hit my father?
Absolutely, darling. And you must.
But are we all fighting my father, or am I have to?
I'm
do I have to go?
Sure, he thinks he's going to win against all of you.
Oh dear. Okay. Guys, I can meet
Theo-
my dad.
Theo's gonna put his big ass hand on your head and he's gonna say, "Little one, you will do just fine." Okay.
You want me to hurt my father?
Well,
Yes.
yes.
But this it's my
He will heal,
it's my
even if he is damaged. There are no greater healers than the ones under Kelross Keep.
I know, guys, but
Yes.
And I'm sure, even if you do not hit him, Solana, I'm sure your party members will still have a fighting chance.
I believe in them.
I can
My
use you as a
father's
spear
very
again.
Yes. Have Theo spear him with you.
Oh dear.
I
guess that's possible.
would appreciate it if you did not use Lady Solana as a spear.
Oh, but it worked out so wonderfully. You should have been there.
You should have
Yes,
seen
it was-
it. Actually, it was actually crazy. I killed something.
What? No,
not me.
Never
Well,
again. And she cups Solana's head and neck. Did he throw you feet first at the very least?
No.
You
yes,
threw
yes,
her
yes.
head first.
No, he threw me feet first. It was fine. It was more like a stab, not much of a. I wasn't a javelin or anything.
More of thrust.
It was more of a like a sword into a skull.
She just looks
We
more
did a
and
lot of
more
very interesting
horrified
things.
as you continue. Just more and more.
I'm having the
horrified.
time of my life, Yavanna. Is this what you wanted?
I am very glad that you're having a good time. I'm just concerned for your safety and the sanity, Lord Elfwin.
It is all right. We are taking care of her, and she is doing wonderfully.
Look at my sword. I've got a sword now.
Did Arendor give you that?
I get a job done. Yes, he did. Look, it's beautiful. And then she's like swinging around like a kid. She hasn't had a lot of lessons with it yet. So if you ever seen a kid play pirates, that's the vibe she's given with the sword.
Perhaps you should sheath that while in the castle.
Why?
That's what she said.
Okay.
So as not to accidentally harm anyone.
All right.
Most knights are
She
not
sheath it.
permitted to draw blade unless there is a crisis.
Well, I'm not a knight. I'm a cleric.
True. However, you are essentially a princess.
Right. Right. And she just like fixes her hair real quick. Okay, let's go beat up my dad, I guess.
On the morrow.
That's the spirit.
And then she like looks through your party of ink. There's something else I want to do right now.
Oh.
I'm gonna be elbowing Theo.
I'm gonna be elbowing ink.
Ink's confused. The puzzle, then.
The puzzle, yes. It comes in a series. I'll allow each of you to answer. There are 13 altogether. And then she holds out her hand. Let's make quick work of the travel, shall we?
Alright.
Also, anybody with a passive perception of at least 13 are indoors, nowhere to be seen. I think I mentioned that earlier. Just gonna... So no one's surprised.
Damn it, Arendor.
So she puts
He
her
reaches
hand out,
out.
palm out. You touch her hand? It is electric. The magic coursing through her skin is intense, barely contained, it feels like. Anybody else put their hand on?
Yes.
Me.
Okay, you feel the same vibration and electricity. The small hairs in the back of your neck and your arms stand on edge. Okay, give me just a quick moment. As she begins to mutter the spell under her breath, there is a wind that swirls about you, kicking up your tabards. Maybe some of you wear cloaks. It causes them to
Great job, guys.
The library
You're really good at teleporting.
is intense. Deep underground, somewhere below Kelros Keep. The archmages of the world gather yearly to discuss in these very chambers. As Yvonne explains, she says, the very likes of Mordenkainen himself has walked these halls. Bigsby, Círdan, myself, and the other 8 have tread here. Some of you that are gifted with magic will feel the call more deeply. I ask you to ignore, for what I am about to show you is my favorite pastime. With a wave of her hands, the books all begin to realign themselves. There is a swirling light down a long row of books, and as it approaches, you see that it is a swirling vortex that is sucking in the books and the pages, twisting them, realigning them, changing the looks of the entire chamber. She steps through the portal that has a twisting golden glow, along with papers, books, twisted, morphed, like stands, candlesticks. You can see beyond into the room that she's just stepped. Ancient architecture. High sheened marble floors. At the center, a glowing dais. The dais cups a wide-mouthed pool. Probably 3 by 3. The water within is swirling and ever twisting. She turns, giving you all a smile. Be not afraid. You're heroes. Please.
Craven steps forward.
So does Ink.
As
You-
does Marlis.
Theo follows.
Solana puts on. Oh. Solana puts on her hood and goes as well.
So much book, so much knowledge. Diz gonna throw up. Diz steps forward.
Oh, Solana's gonna do it like holding on to Diz. If she sees that he's kind of sick, she's gonna be like patting him and pulling him. Come on.
Place too smart for Diz.
Okay. Inside, she takes you across this high-sheened chamber to a peaked door. Filigree lines the door in gilded gold. Sapphires are embedded in the door face, and they drop down, slowly getting darker and darker until the sapphires are near black. We call this chamber the Cerebrum. It is where many of us go to learn, to see. She waves her hand in a very particular motion over the sapphires, and they glow like a pulse. As the door unlocks, all of those leaves twisting and then blooming into flowers, and they slide away off of the door face, and it makes this hissing sound, and then stone on stone grind as it opens forward. You are hit with a not unpleasant wind, but a little chilled. You can hear the sound of the ocean, and there is a dock that leads to a circular floor in the center of this room that is filled with the sea. And standing in that circle is Arendor. Everybody roll perceptions.
$15.
Okay.
I got another natural one.
Natural
I got an
one.
8.
8.
She's in the center of a what? I'm sorry?
There's a dock side that leads out to this platform. It's like this circular platform, but it's actually like this huge column that like drops into the center of the ocean that's in this room. This room doesn't have any walls, but you can feel that they're there. But you're stepping out into the ocean, basically on a dock side. Okay, more or less, what'd you get?
19 plus 1, 20.
Okay, Ink.
Natural 20. Total 25.
Wow, natural 20. Graven.
15.
Okay. So those of you that did not roll a natural 1, you see that there are glowing tattoos on Arendor's face, the back of his neck. They disappear into his hairline. His hairline is blasting to and fro as he's standing out on the platform. His arms are extended. He's slightly floating. There is the same portal from, I think, episode 2 that we lost, but we're going to re-record, don't worry. The same portal is open before him, and Yavanna makes a small sound. Ink. That portal. You see 6 different realms all open at once. Suddenly, Arendor's profile comes into view as he looks over his shoulder. He crosses his arms swiftly in front of him, dismissing the portals, which shut one at a time. So there's a whoop, 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 whoop. As then it crackles. Lightning strikes the ocean before him, and he turns, and slowly the tattoos cease to glow. Yavanna's eyes narrow.
He looks at Arendar with a very questionable look. Not saying a word.
I did not realize you needed cerebrum. My apologies, Yavanna. Please, it's all yours.
And as he steps away, the ocean follows, pouring into his robe pockets, emptying out. The floor rises up, and it is a circular study room. Desks, books, chairs, comfortable couches. It looks like there's a rolling tray filled with snacks. There's some house plants, a couple birds nesting up above in the domed ceiling. And as Arendor passes each of you, he smells like a storm. Like moist earth. Like trees that have been struck by lightning and the salt of the waters of the ocean. Those of you that rolled above a 16 notice that he is limping. As he passes your party, he says, "Do enjoy. Yavanna is a treat."
He just, he doesn't really say much or anything. But, when he makes eye contact with Arendar, he gives him a very judging look.
Good judging,
if-
bad judging.
More of just questioning, you know? Like he hasn't decided yet what he saw.
Okay. Yavanna steps into the study room. She motions for all of you to follow.
He follows.
Same.
Following.
Of course.
Before Diz steps into the room, Yavanna holds her hand and says, "Would it be more fun for you if this were a training ground?"
Yes.
Then may I have permission to touch you?
Yes.
Very well. Come lower. You're quite tall. I need to touch your eyes.
Oh, I will lean forward.
Okay, and in Orcish, she says the spell. May the might of your hammer strike down your foes. May the surge of your power ever be known. And may when you stand against the shadow, your light burn unto 1,000 suns. Diz vanishes before everyone's eyes. Diz, when you come to, you're in full combat. Oh, but we'll get to that.
Okay.
Yo.
Everyone else. She says he should be entertained until we are done. And she sits at the high table. She summons enough chairs for everyone to sit as well.
Take a seat.
I will also take a seat.
As will I.
Yep. My first question. I have a tail, and I have a head. I have no body. I am not a snake.
We answer.
Ah, this one tricky. But I think I have an answer.
Me too.
She's grinning. And then she nods at either Solana or more or less for you to answer.
Well,
So, yeah, gonna look at more of that.
mhm. You trust me to answer this? Interesting. And I pull out a coin from my pocket and say, a head and a tail, but no body. And I flick it into the air.
She grins.
But a coin.
Yes, you understand. Yes. The second question. You cannot answer this now that you have won one, but you will return as soon as this second is answered. What falls but does not break, and what breaks but does not fall?
My plan is to open a couple boxes for inventory, and then sit on a couple boxes to see if it just goes up.
What falls but then not breaks. Sorry, what was that again?
And what breaks but does not fall?
Oh. I think I might know. Maybe. I don't know. So Anna's just like sitting quietly, like shaking, like I think I know, but I'm not sure. These are two different answers, or the same answer.
She gives no hints.
Oh, great. I would like to try, unless Ink would like to go.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not sure anymore. Day and night, maybe? Because day breaks. Day doesn't really fall. And we say that night falls, you don't say night breaks. So that's what I thought. I don't know if that's right or not.
Yes, indeed. Oh, you are very good at this. A personal favorite, actually written by Arendor. What has 4 wheels and flies?
All the stuff that I already have, just like it sells extra money on top, whatever. But for the new stuff, I need to actually determine
It has 4 wheels and flies.
Yes.
How tricky.
I think I know.
best or the most expensive? Probably
Wow, you've stumped a majority of us.
I have another answer, but I'm not sure if we're allowed to answer more than once. How fun.
Tick tock, tick tock.
the whole order came out to like
I'm stumped. I have no clue what it might be.
Because they pay $1 in shipping to save to 60 cents, and envelope is like 1 cent. Like their shipping pays for itself. But on these ones,
Would you like to use an inspiration?
shipping, you know, you gotta find a way to get them 50 cards the cheapest way possible.
Me?
Can I roll for intelligence? Because Ink will know this shit.
You can. You can roll for intelligence.
Okay.
Or you can spend an inspiration for a hint.
16 for intelligence.
Four wheels and flies. It makes you think of the plague. And the wagons that would collect the bodies.
Well, I've seen through history of wagons. Wagons with corpses during a plague. So many flies.
She's kind of leaning forward in her chair.
Is that your answer? A four-wheeled wagon gathering flies.
Correct.
Oh, wow. I was thinking a dragon with wheels on it.
Here is a personal favorite. Easier than most, but still, I find it delightful. Where may you find roads without carts, forests without trees, and cities without houses?
Can you say that again? Please.
Where may you find roads without carts, forests without trees, and cities without houses? And then she looks at Craven.
Oh.
Come on, Craven.
Hmm.
I know you know this.
Can't say that I'm generally too keen on riddles.
Just say you're stumped. You're stumped, aren't you, Craven? Because I got it. I think.
Do you, Theonitis?
I
I
feel
guess.
as I do. Me and my mother used to look at maps all the time, and there would be roads without wagons or
Carts.
carriages or forests without trees and cities without houses. So a map is what I'm guessing.
For true, you are correct. Maybe the next one, Craven.
Maybe.
What has eyes, yet cannot see?
Oh, I know this one. I like this one.
It, hmm.
Many eyes or only one?
She just grins.
Is it is it a needle?
I will accept that answer. Needles, storms, potatoes, true love. All answers that satisfy
The
the
blind.
question.
True love. I just thought of potatoes.
You say the
Craven,
blind,
wipes
and
sweat from his brow.
she looks at you and says, I'll add that to my notes. What crosses the river but does not move?
Hmm. Hmm.
Is there others that we can answer now?
She nods.
Well, a bridge.
Oh, yes, you are correct. Here is a favorite of mine. I would often tell this to Solana for games when she was a child. What pine has the longest and sharpest needles?
Hmm.
Ink looked like he would like to speak, but looks to Solana to give her opportunity.
See, she's like hitting her head with a pencil or a quill, just like, try to remember, try to remember. Can I roll for that? Like a history, maybe? Or, like, try to remember it?
Go for it.
Yeah, cool. What? 15.
Yavanna taught you much about animals, the forest.
Oh.
Yes, yes. I remember. And she starts like waving her hands like a very excited child. It's a porcupine.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Thank you. Okay. Excitedly scribbling. Yes, yes, yes.
A more difficult question. For what or who knows all languages?
Ah, this one is easy. And more or less will transform into the hag with the hideous mouth. And say, Mouse.
I will accept that answer.
Another could also be the echo that speaks back to you.
Ah.
Her eyes glitter.
I look at Ink and like raise my eyebrows a bunch.
Better old.
You could feel Diz elbowing you.
From another realm.
She
You
says,
guys are really good at this.
better old than young. The healthier it is, the smaller it will be.
Hmm.
Ink is shifting in his seat. Almost like he's getting drawn into all of these riddles. But again, he gives opportunity to the others. His eyes locked on her.
I don't know anything about it. I just heard Taco and Private talking about it. And he was like, yeah, it's the one, this one, and that one are good for me, according to about it. It should be like edited, but apparently it's not because there's
Um, I think I may have an answer for that.
For certain.
Well, a scar is better than a fresh cut, and if you treat it, it will be smaller. So, a wound?
Excellent answer.
All right.
Well done.
And this one in
very
particular for Craven.
Oh, I can't wait.
What rooms can't you enter?
I mean, I want to say a locked room, but that's probably not actually. These are harder than that.
What rooms can you not enter?
Ink gives this probably like the first time Eddie's seen, but kind of like a clever grin, just a little smirk.
This truly is a riddle for you, Craven.
Oh boy.
I don't get it.
I also am a bit confused.
I feel like you guys know something that I don't know here.
Were you like forbidden from a certain kind of room?
I'm allowed in most rooms. I'm not used to not being allowed in any room.
Craven, what did you do?
What have you
I don't
done?
know. It's a good question.
The
Am I
criminal.
in trouble?
Craven, would you like a hand?
I don't know that you're allowed to give assistance, are you?
Maybe we should ask the rule keeper.
Am I allowed to get help from them?
Do you feel you really need it?
I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue, but a room you cannot enter.
What rooms can you not enter?
Oh, rooms. And this is for me. Wait, is it mushrooms?
Delightful.
God, I feel like an idiot.
I see what you're doing.
Wow.
Wow, I feel so dumb.
She giggles.
Out of character. So dumb.
Craven actually kind of smiles at that.
That was a good one.
Now this one, and she looks at Ink. You can keep it. It never ages. Once shared, it is gone forever.
A secret.
Correct. Are you ready for the last riddle?
Mm-hmm.
We are.
Mm-hmm.
4 siblings all born together. The first runs and never wearies. The second eats and is never full. The third drinks and is always thirsty. The fourth sings a song forever. Who are these four siblings?
Hmm. Can you please say it one more time?
There are four siblings of the world, all born together. The first runs and never wearies. The second eats and is never full. The third drinks and is always thirsty. And the fourth sings a song forever.
Hmm.
Who are these four siblings?
Water, fire, earth,
Earth.
and wind.
There is a pulse of magic energy. Yavanna's hair flies out around her. And she leans back, satisfied. Then I shall answer your questions, and I shall aid you in tomorrow's battle. I shall heal you to full. You have indulged. And I am quite satisfied.
Intriguing.
That was fun. I enjoyed that.
We
You're all
did it.
so smart.
I'm really glad you guys knew what you were talking about, because I not one for mind games.
You did great, Craven. You did.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I have a riddle for you. Something for fun.
Her eyes light up.
You can keep this one too. Would you like to hear it?
Please.
You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I'm quick when I'm thin, and slow when I'm fat. And the wind is my enemy. What am I?
No way I'm taking the time to pull up these cards for them. I put it at a nickel piece for them
Again.
for a penny, but I sold a bunch of them, so
You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I'm quick when I'm thin, and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy.
A candle.
And one more.
Please.
I can be filled, but I'm not a cup. I can be lifted, but I'm not a weight. I can be stirred, but I'm not a stick. What am I?
I can be filled, but I am not a cup. I can be lifted, but I am not a weight.
I'm just gonna throw them all in a tea bag.
I can be stirred, but I am not a stick.
If there is an expensive card,
What am I?
which
I am not a stick.
I don't think the most expensive card they ordered was 40 cents. So you go in the bag.
She leans forward.
A riddle I give, but no answer can you give back? Shall I give you the answer to keep in exchange for a favor?
You have to get so many positive reviews, you can't sell it. When I first started, I thought there was 100 cards.
Certainly
But I'm sure goddamn couldn't try and list off.
can be stirred. She looks at you.
Mm-hmm.
I can be lifted, but I am not a weight. But I do have weight. I have mass. Correct. I am something physical that can be lifted. And if that is the case, I am used as an implement to stir.
Yeah.
But it can be filled, so therefore it is not a blade.
No.
Can be filled. Like unto a cup. That requires too many questions. We go into more mathematics. I would say a ladle or a spoon.
You are correct. Thank you.
Her eyes light up. Oh, I had not heard that one. If you don't mind, I will write it down.
Of course.
And she summons a page, and she begins to write. That was really hard. My brain was like, hold on. My brain
I really thought it was a heart for a second.
my brain was like, it sounds like a loop. And I'm like, no, because it can be filled and things go through a loop. And then I'm like, it's a plate. And I'm like, no, let's not be weird. And then I was like, a bowl.
It's more or less asking the question.
And then I was,
yeah.
It's also a heart. A heart can be filled, it can be stirred, and it can be lifted, which is crazy.
Right.
But a heart
Fuck.
and a spoon are so similar.
And then I looked at chat and I was like, fuck, it's a fucking spoon. I'm over here like, fucking spoon. God.
You know, if you wanted, you could have taken an intelligence check too.
You also could have, I got
I would have allowed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to think of it. But I was in her headspace and she wouldn't have thought that, right? She doesn't know more or less, so she would have thought spoon. God, fuck, that was fun. Okay. Whew, that was hard. That was hard.
That's fun, yeah. Let's go. The DM got to play today. Let's go.
Pew, pew, pew.
Sorry for asking a weird question.
No, you're
It was
DM
awesome.
gets inspiration
it was
by the
excellent.
chat.
It was excellent. Thank you, chat, for the inspiration. Thank you, chat, for the help. I was gonna say a loop, and then I was gonna say a a plate, and I was like, I don't know, a bucket, but it's not a cup.
Could have gone with Diz's answer and said my ass.
I thought of something funny like poop, or like something like a booty hole, but that's just me being a troll. Anyway, sorry.
Damn.
Whew! All right. How can I serve you? How can I be of assistance? Thank you for indulging me.
No. Thank you. You've brought to me new perspectives.
I am honored.
That was fun. Where's Diz, by the way?
Ah, yes. She snaps her fingers. Diz, I need you to roll 2 d20s.
Okay. Very adverse. The first was a 5, second was a 16.
Okay. 5, 16, roll another.
Not so good this time. 6 and 11.
That's all right. You still win. You roll higher than I do. Diz. You gain an extra 300 experience points for participating in the Wizard Games.
Did I win?
You did.
I
Did he
won
cast
so
Fist?
hard.
He casted Deadass.
Nice.
Go!
If you would like to play out some of the battle, we can. If you would like to not, that is also okay. We resolved with rolls. Up to you, Diz.
Oh, we could not. We could just move forward. I'll take the win. I'll take the W.
All right.
Hey.
Describe to the party what you look like and how many hit points you have when you get back.
Oh. Well. When I get back, I have a black eye. I'm kind of leaning to one side unintentionally, but I have a very large grin on my face and just one streak of blood from the corner of my mouth.
Ah, you were victorious then.
Yes.
Where did you go?
Oh, there's a lot of swinging hammers everywhere. Announcers shouting and but I won. That's what matters. I won. I'm gonna cough up some blood.
Oh God, are you all right?
Never felt better. I'm just gonna give a thumbs up and a very crooked grin.
You look like you had a blast.
Oh, the best. Oh.
So Lana's gonna go hug him and cast Cure Wounds on him.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, of
Oh,
course.
yes.
Let me cast it really quick. Fuck. I've got to fuck. One. 4. 4 hit points.
Take it.
There you are.
My pinky toe that was like broken and like pointed outward kind of just realigned itself.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 5. It's 5, not 4. My bad. It's 5.
Okay, and the nail reappears on top of it.
Do you feel better?
Oh, way better.
Good.
I'm gonna say in Orcish to Diz. Our boy Ink just did some work, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was nice. It was cool to see. I gave him a bunch of winkies.
Were they like naked and kissing on each other and
No,
stuff?
no, not like
Oh.
that.
Ink replies in Orcish. Work.
Huh? Oh, I forgot you can speak Orcish, man. You were answering the riddles exactly the way you were supposed to, is what I meant.
I'm gonna nod. I'm gonna hold both my index fingers and thumbs up to make a shape of a W, and I'm gonna say W Riz.
And then
I
I
still
turned
don't know
to
this Orcish word.
turn to Ivana and say, so you will answer our questions?
Yes.
All right. Anything to help us in the battle?
Oh, and healing. I'm gonna cough up some more blood.
Okay. She touches middle finger and thumb together to form those circles, crosses them when the circles of her fingers meet, there is a flash of light and a gentle rain that is not wet that heals each of you 25 hit points.
I'll take it.
So you wish to know how to win.
Any advice, tips? something to give us the edge. One step forward, one step ahead.
Lord Kelross is a formidable foe, but he has one glaring weakness. His anger. He has another glaring weakness. Should you aid him on the battlefield, he will have a hard time lashing out. You see, Kelross feels very strongly that all debts he feels are owed must be paid. It is this mindset that can be taken advantage of. Also, he does not fight an enemy that does not lift up arms.
Lift up arms.
If you choose not to fight him, he will not fight you in return. But you risk embarrassing him in front of a court of his peers, which could backfire in the end if you seek to gain favor with him in any sense. There is also the matter of naming a champion. I'm sure he is relying that you do not understand the ethics and codes of this ancient challenge method. You could name someone as your champion to fight for you.
I feel that'd be disingenuous and disrespectful to him.
He is an honorable man, and I respect that. We should fight him.
Yes, definitely want to fight him. He looks strong.
He is incredibly so. There is also... and she seems a little torn. There is also the matter of him issuing the challenge in front of 2 archmages as well. Should we wish, we can also enter the fray on either side.
I think we should name Solana as the champion.
I was IRL drinking. Me?
You want to win, don't you? We all want to win, don't we?
Yes.
I do not think your father would like to hurt you, and I don't think he will. So if you are our champion...
Is that allowed, Emma?
It is technically not against
see.
the rules.
Tricky, tricky.
I believe, though, in the end, what we're fighting is not to defeat him. What
To
we're
prove
truly
ourselves.
trying to...
Oh, to kill him.
I think this is
No.
not a battle of strength,
Please don't kill
but
my
a
father.
battle
This
of
is-
wits.
No, this is... We're not defeating him, we're defeating his fears for his daughter.
Correct.
And if Solana stands bravely before us as a champion, does that not do such a thing? Shows that Solana is willing to take charge and be in charge?
It's more than just her own capability, but those he is entrusting his most precious
But we
to.
stand behind her as a team, and we are the followers in her battle versus her father. Like him leading the charge, it is now his daughter taking the same position as he once did many, many years ago.
Or it will backfire and he will know that you were the mastermind behind the plan, more or less.
As
I also
well,
think I also think if we assign a champion, we will likely not be permitted to enter the arena or wherever it is that we'll be fighting him.
As well,
It is cunning. And I can assure you he would not harm Solana.
the thing is with him, as a leader before, he knows who is behind his back. He knows those soldiers that he fights among the wall. But for us, he does not know us. We have not yet proven nothing to him. And although she may prove her strengths today or tomorrow, it still does not reassure them that those who her life is instilled trust will fulfill the needs to protect it. I believe the best we could do is to be honest, is to be true, and prove ourselves.
As much as I would like to avoid this fight, I am inclined to agree with you.
Arundor says, I think it's an excellent idea to have Solana be the champion, as he just sort of walks out of one of the book lines, and then behind him is a very large elf that only more or less has met. I mean, Solana has seen him around, but he doesn't interact with her much.
How good of you to join us.
Círdan looks at you and says, yes, indeed.
I bow and I say, the spoon that stirs my soul and the friend that brings me joy. A pleasure.
You are very welcome, more or less.
You see, Arundor, I believe my idea is quite brilliant. It is not a battle of strength, but rather a strength of mind, a strength of heart. He wants to see that she can be someone, so let's prove to him that she is capable, and we are willing to try.
Arundor says,
Listen.
I agree. Absolutely, 100%. Put him in his place. I mean, have Solana be the champion.
Craven's gonna turn to Solana and put one hand like on her shoulder and look her in the eye. Is this something you would want? Because the only way that I could feel justified in allowing you to do this and not ourselves attempting to prove this to your father would be for you to choose this and for you to stand by it. That you've given us this decision yourself so that when he does call upon us and we are faced with what I am sure will probably be anger for this decision, it must have been you who told us to stand aside.
I know that my father would never lay a hand on me. There wouldn't be much combat, I don't think, unless he'd want me to strike him. It is very possible.
Círdan snorts as he begins to make himself some tea.
Solana's eyes dart to the tall elven dude.
You underestimate Lord Kelroth a great deal.
She stares him down a little bit. You can see her eyes have gotten a little bit darker. There's the purple in her hair has gotten darker. But it's only for like a
quick second, and she snaps back. I want you there with me. If I was the champion and you're not there, I'm going to be very, very scared. And I would like to stand up to my father. I would be welcome to just stand in the front if we all fought together and put a brave face on. But if what is safest for you all, I don't. Because if you all come with me, there's a chance that we all might die. That you all might die. And I will have to watch. Right? Or maybe not die, but get very hurt. And then I have to sit there and watch. Right? But if I take this spot, then it's between me and my father. And he knows you by my word. I think that may be best. I can tell and hail of your greatness as a party, and I ensure that you'll all be safe. And I have a sword now. I've got spells. Do you think I can do it?
The question is, do you believe in yourself, Solana?
I agree with more or less. It's time to grow up. I saw you with your father when we were in the room initially, and it was clear on your face that you just become a child in his presence. And I'm sorry if this sounds harsh, but he's gonna need you to show him that you can stand for yourself. And so if this is something you want, you need to tell us this is what you want. Otherwise, we face it together, but it needs to be a decisive move, regardless of what it is. No stuttering, no bumbling, no childish, daddy, save me. Okay?
I think either way, it'll show Kelros a great deal. If you decide to go on your own, it'll show how much you've grown. If we fight together, it'll show him how we fight as a team. Show the chemistry between all of us. So either way.
Then
I
let us
support.
go together with her leading the charge, Leonidas. You are, as they said, the battle master.
I think that is an idea that mixes both. I like it. I like that idea.
Did start to
Agreed.
perk
All
up. He
fighting?
was looking very sad during all of this conversation, thinking that he might not get a chance to fight, but he really likes this idea. And also, he's gonna pull Theo to the side real quick. Theo, come here.
Yes.
Speaking Orcish, I'm gonna look over my shoulder and look at Solana, and then like turn away with you, putting an arm over your shoulder. I'm gonna say, if we decide to let her go on her own, could be chance that purple lady come out instead, which not be good.
I didn't think about that. There's a possibility that she might come out. Should we maybe talk to the purple one? What do you think? I don't know how to get her out, but maybe at this moment, before we get into that fight, we need to probably give her a talk.
I don't know. She kind of comes and goes when she pleases,
Hopefully we get the chance to see her.
much like my
Before.
gas.
This shit stinks, man.
I'm sorry.
All right,
Okay,
ready?
I'm gonna turn around. Thank you for talking to me about my bathroom problems.
Yeah, man. No problem. Desire.
Ink says to the party, he goes, I agree. Either all together, or you do it decisively by yourself. Your father is fighting for his fears of losing you. And you need to prove that their fears are not something he should be afraid of. So, besides, you showing that you fear still for your party to get hurt, you show that you do not understand what is being asked of you by taking on this quest, by adventuring. There will always be risks, Solana. We will always get hurt.
Right.
But it's not about that. It's about being there for each other so that we may survive in the end. And do what's necessary.
Ivana,
Yes.
if I'm the champion, they can't go with me? Is that right? Or can I be the champion and they're like right behind me? You know?
Correct. It would be
No.
single combat.
Oh, God. Right. You will bring up very good points. This is very, very difficult. When do we have to decide?
The fight is tomorrow.
The fight's tomorrow, that's right. Oh, God.
What do you think, Ivana? I'd love to hear what you think.
Please.
Kelros is a very cunning, militant strategist with the power to back it up. I dare say, in his younger days, there was no one more powerful or deadly in all of Eris. He has aged. He does have a soft spot for you, but he will find a way. Just as you have, just as cunning. He loves you with all of his heart, but that does not mean he won't hurt you if it comes to keeping you safe. I would say Kelros is as much a militant leader as he is a father. He did
really
not
great
issue this challenge lightly, and it is exactly as Ink says. It is his fear of losing you that you are fighting. Now, if you were to name a different champion, well, I'm not sure. It could get very messy. But if all of you arrived in the arena, there is a chance he would respect the united front. But there is also a chance that he would deeply respect just you. Solana, if you, as Craven puts it, meets him with assurance in your heart. Forgive me, my advice is more a middle ground.
No, it's fine.
Solana leads the charge and we follow behind, a team supporting a leader. We get the best of both, as the Oneida said. You have us there to support you, Solana, but you must make the claim.
Yes. I think that he said that he believes in me. So he knows I can do it. It's you all that he doesn't really know. So maybe it's best that he sees the wonders that you can do. And I will be your biggest cheerleader. Oh no, maybe not cheerleader, leader. But I'm not much of a leader either. I'll be at the front.
I think that we all should stand together as equals. I don't know that putting you in front would necessarily bode well for us. The only reason I say that is that we don't want to come off looking like we're using his daughter as a shield or using her against him. This may be seen as disrespectful.
You bring very good points. That is a very good point.
As Yavanna said, he's a military leader. What wisdom do we show by putting their strongest healer at the front?
I don't mean standing in front, like standing in front.
I meant
mean,
standing in front. But
I-
She did.
I meant standing in front. But
We are
Continue.
together, but you make the claim. You stand with confidence and you speak as a leader speaks. You
Yes.
become the battle master. You become the champion without the title of champion, and you show him that you are not afraid.
That's right. And you will do amazing, little one. We will fight together. We will fight as a family. We will fight as a company of shadow.
let's do it.
How about you fight as the Fellowship of the Spoons? Says Arendor.
Oh,
Solana gets out her spoon and puts it out.
I'll get my spoon.
clink,
Start clinking, 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 clinking,
clink,
clinking,
clink,
clinking.
clink, 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 clink.
Then
We're
it's
gonna
settled.
Fight my dad. We're gonna fight my dad.
And if at
We're
any
excited
point,
for this now.
at any point you want to hit your father, good point. I'm willing to use you as a spear again.
Oh wait. Oh dear.
Solana,
I'm
when we
having
are in
lots of feelings.
combat, you cannot see him as your father. He is your opponent. You need to stand against him with confidence as you would any other opponent. Okay? Treat him with respect. Demand the respect
Exactly.
that you need yourself from him.
If you pull your punches, you're only disrespecting his fears and his attempt to release these fears by challenging you.
DM, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Certain? Is he still there?
Yeah, he's sipping
What's-
his tea, listening to your conversation.
Got it. Got it. How do I say this? Yeah, Solana's kind of tuning out. I think she's gonna catch eye of the elf dude, and she's gonna start tuning out again. It's just more blank. You don't see her fully change at all, but it's kind of like she's out of it.
Okay. It looks like we have our plan. We fight as one. With Solana as the head. I look over to Diz. How you feeling, Diz?
I can't wait.
All right. Before we disperse, can I have a word with you, Yavanna?
Of course.
Are you doing this in private or?
Yes. Not like
Okay.
too far. Just a real quick, just
Okay.
ask a question.
Okay, you guys
I
sidestep.
would also.
like to go ask her a question, or...
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'll start, and then I'll kind of work my way around for everybody to have a chance to do something.
Let's do it.
Yay!
Okay, so we'll start with Leonidas. You step aside with Yavanna.
All right. So, do you know of the Requiem?
I do. Yes.
That means Kelros knows of the Requiem. Do you know if he's going to try anything like bring her out?
I don't know for certain. I know that Lord Kelros is cunning.
Is there a way that we could perhaps warn the Requiem before the fight happens tomorrow? Does she make random appearances? I'm not sure how she summons herself.
I'm sure there's a way.
Well, hopefully we can get a word in tonight before the fight.
I will make sure she is warned.
All right. Thank you. Then he walks back.
All right, Craven.
Yes, Kelros had mentioned asking you about Dunifel. I don't know if now is the time to talk about that, but definitely seems like something we should know about before we continue our journey.
Yes, Dunifel is... I know not precisely where you have come from, but I do know that you have experienced the shadow. The dark iron suit, filled with malice and burning rage, is one of the true forms of Dunifal. Master Sirden, and he from his tea, could you perhaps show them? And he looks at the party and gets this very mischievous grin. His eyes narrowing, his face almost elongates, and he's got quite the fey look. And Arundel rolls his eyes like, here we go. And Sirden goes, long ago. And he motions with just fingertips. Fireworks, tiny, start firing off, summoning scrolls and an image and a shadow that stretches across the table. And then the 9 wraiths. And there was one wraith. One who ruled them all. One who in the shadow bound them. Through power, greed, and a will to dominate all life. Dunifel was the first wraith. The first to bend the knee to the Lord of Shadow. When Dunifel fell, and alongside her, the other 8, her body was broken. Mind, spirit, and physical form, all buried in different realms. Like the Calamity, each of his shadows, cut, dispersed, buried. The legend goes that Dunifal, the war beast, a living, undead nightmare. Her true form, amalgamation of all beasts considered unsightly. to compare power, think of yourselves as a grain of rice, a singular, tiny grain. And Dunafel, the bowl in which billions of grains can be held. And as he tells his story, the shadow is moving, the amalgamation twisting. You see a singular female wraith among 8 other males, slight of frame, but with a glowing purple hue. Stronger, harder, faster did she fight to keep up with her companions, and then, evermore, did she succeed and surpass them. Her blade, that which was broken. Her palm, that which summoned the storm to blot out the sun for 39 days. A concentration spell that she held unsleeping, unblinking, unmoving as the shadow crawled and ate up the land. Dunafel, considered the Witch Queen, the Lamaya, the beast within. It was Kelros, his family, who slew the beast within, the Witch Queen, and laid her to rest. Continues Círdan. She, and what little is left of her physical form, is buried far beneath this very keep. Her spirit is kept by the Keeper in plains beyond. Should the two ever meet, Arendor says, then, a cataclysm beyond all recollection. That is the Dunafel. You faced an echo of her shadow. And he motions to his own, which suddenly stretches and stands up, much like something out of Peter Pan. An apparition of her power. That is what you saw today. And then Arendor says, in Elven, but they still defeated it, Círdan. And he says, regardless, you almost lost them, didn't you? And Arendor sighs. Any questions? Says Círdan, in common.
No problem. We got this. We just gotta beat Kelros first.
Which we will.
Círdan chuckles.
So, just on the off chance you happen to know, since we may be facing this Dunafel again, any weaknesses we should be appraised of? Possibly tips to help us along the way? You know, anything would be nice. Just putting it out there.
Círdan leans forward. And he goes to open his mouth. And Yavanna steps in front of him and says, yes. All wraiths cannot stand the sun. And even in starlight, though the light is small, it is just as powerful. They turn away from all that is good, all that is light, Let not an old wizard's tale frighten you.
Of course not. I'm not afraid. It's just checking. That's all.
Yeah. Besides, we have our own little light here. And he points at Solana.
Oh, I dare say all of you are light. But indeed, Yavanna is a light that shines, sometimes the brightest. But there are those who must be the dark to the light. A backdrop for the lights to shine. It is all intertwined. You faced what mortal men fear, and you survived. Do not let that merit go to waste. It may have been a shadow, but I was impressed. I believe you can defeat Lord Kelros in honorable combat. And I believe that all of you can put an end to the shadow.
All right. Well, sounds like a plan. Would have been probably nice to know going in Arendor, but I don't think there's any backing down now. So
We are simply repairing the veil. There will be no fight with shadows so long as we keep it intact.
We will do so.
I also have very important private question. For you, Yavanna.
Yes, Diz.
I'm gonna pull Yavanna aside. So, what do for fun?
I make magic items and spells.
Do you like drawing?
I paint.
He says,
What about the writing?
Yes, I do enjoy writing.
Just checking. If you were to eat chicken leg, you like very thick meaty chicken leg, or like very not so meaty skinnier chicken leg?
I believe that chicken is good in all its forms.
If what about colors? Do you like very bright pretty colors, or like shady dark inky colors?
I do not believe I have a favorite color.
Just checking. Yes, this very important information for fight tomorrow. Just wanted to know. Just checking. I'm gonna turn back around and look at Ink and Theo and just give a thumbs up and nod my head.
Give a thumbs back.
And I'm gonna turn back around. Okay, very big mindful. Thank you. Okay, we go back now.
Diz. Can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Arendor inquired of me of a seer. He said that you were very familiar with one.
Well, this is going to get very serious.
And then she changes to Orcish. He asked that I scry on her location, as I am able to use my mind to fight very long distances. Could you perhaps describe her to me?
You can see her?
And then she reaches forward and she just puts a hand on the middle of your chest, closes her eyes and says, picture her, in detail. Her smell, her looks, everything.
I'm gonna nod my head, and for those of you standing afar looking, at first the conversation was very like funny. Diz was kind of like hunching over, maybe bouncing from side to side. Now you could see his body is very still, and he is standing very upright. He's going to nod, close his eyes, and speak aloud as he pictures. She has skin the color of peaches. Sharp tusks that could pierce the sun. Her hair flows through the wind like spring. The smell of purple lilies. When she talks, it is strong and confident, but soft and heartfelt. Can you see her?
I see her how you picture her in your mind, which is enough to try to find her. I will do so in the morning, as you are fighting Kelros. I will be in Cerebrum, divining for her. There is much I wish to know. Chief among them, the seemingly organized attack between your tribe, Tower Town, and the elven city of Snow Crossing. Thank you.
No. Thank you. I'm going to look into her eyes longingly and heartfelt. And I'm going to say, as soon as you know anything, please let me know.
Of course. You answered my riddles, and you played in my wizard's games. I am happy to assist you. Likewise, Arendor has given up a great deal to see that my help is ensured.
I will wait for your call. And then Diz is just gonna turn around and walk back towards the group.
After your game, after your battle, come find me. And then she's going to
Okay.
hand you a key. This will
Oh.
bypass all of the security down here. Should I be in too weakened of a state to come to you?
Okay. I take it.
Okay. It's like really small in your hand. It's almost like a jewelry box key.
Don't want to lose this. I'm gonna look around my person, find my coin pouch. I'm just gonna put it in the coin pouch.
Okay, you tie it up. All right. So that was Diz. Okay, so Lana. We're doing any side RP you want to do?
Yeah. A couple episodes back, I found a letter in my pocket. So I think while the hubbub, like while they're mentally preparing for tomorrow, I think Solana wants to read the letter. If that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a RP moment, or maybe she'll want Yavanna to be with her when she opens. Actually, she might. She might. So where are we right now, like location wise?
You're still in the library.
We're still in that library,
Mm-hmm.
and everyone's just kind of doing the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you see, Solana's just kind of come back too. She's not really, because she's starting to focus more on tomorrow. You could see her, come back to her regular self, and she's just gonna call Yavanna over and be like, Yavanna, I would like some company for a second. That's all right.
Of course. I am happy to oblige.
Thank you. The other day, when we were gone in the midst of the deadwood, which I have to tell you about, was actually quite interesting. I received a letter. I don't know who it's from, and I don't know. I see you kind of like my sister, and I thought it'd be kind of fun to, open a letter that is like a mystery with my sister. Does that make any sense? Do I sound crazy?
I don't mind being here to support you.
Thank you. And she like seats herself in a little corner with Yavanna, and she reads the letter which I wrote. So I'm gonna read it. Wait. Give me a second. Okay. I'll read it. Dear Solana, you don't know who I am, and honestly, I don't either. That's probably for the best. Just know that you are stronger, much stronger than you know. We all believe in you, but I see your heart firsthand. It is so good. So much so that I cannot begin to hate you as much as I want to, and as much as I deserve to. I protect you, Solana, for your sake and my own. I cannot tell you who I am. I don't know if you're ready for that. I don't know if you ever will be. This may not make sense, but I have suffered greatly for you. Do you know what this is? This is odd. But you are not responsible for the suffering I've endured. I will always be jealous of you, of the love you've always received, of your belonging. But in return, I will watch over you so long as I'm able. But know that you're more capable and powerful than you could ever know. I believe in you, and I will be with you. I have no choice. Just fight for yourself as well, okay? For us both. Here's to the rest of our lives together.
I'd like to believe I'll love you one day. Maybe you'll love me too, or at least not resent me in what I'm doing now. But I'm starting to learn who I am. Please forgive me. Best of luck. Until, or if, we can ever meet. Kiki. Do you know who that is?
She nods.
You do?
Perhaps you should write a letter in return.
I don't know who this is.
Would you like
Who,
to?
who are they? Yeah, maybe... They said they might hate me.
Perhaps you
Or that
should.
they love me. I'm very confused.
I think anyone would be in your situation. The best advice I can give you, sweet Solana, is that if you wish to know Kiki, ask. But not anyone else. Them. Write a return letter. Leave it in your bags and see what comes of it. It
But
is
you know this person.
indeed. And it is not my place to divulge who or what they are. If you wish to walk this path, you must use your own methods.
Are they a good person?
I'm very fond of them. Dare I say I love them like a sister.
How did they get me a letter? That's so...
It's so silly. They probably wrote it and left it in your bag.
You might... I've been adventuring a lot. You might be right. Oh. Does anybody else know about this person?
Probably. But if you would like to... Why does it matter if others know who they are?
Guess I want to know more before I write them a letter.
Ah. That's the sign of a good strategist. Well, I will tell you this. They are complicated. They are moody. They are opinionated. And they are very, very sassy.
Scary.
But they are not evil.
Okay. Well, that's-
Others, like your father, have called them evil.
My father knows who this is.
Your father has called them a multitude of names.
That sounds like father, if I've ever known him. Should I ask father who this is? Maybe he can tell me.
I would... No. You should not. Nope.
That's the, that's the most direct thing you said all night. So I'll take note of that. Okay. All right.
Perhaps I could gift you a book to write to them in. And she swirls her hands and summons this fine leather-bound book, ink and quill, like a journal almost that you pass back and forth.
And you think this will get to her? The letter, or whatever.
Yes, I do. It's magically spelled to do so.
Well then, sounds like a plan. Sounds like I have a bit of writing. Writing to do before the battle tomorrow. Okay. All right. It's fine. Okay. Should I be scared?
I would not be scared, but I would ask them questions, get to know them.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Do you really think we can do this fight?
I think you can do anything together.
I think so too. At least I hope so. We've really not got the choice now, do we?
Then you've already won half the battle.
Hmm. She just gives Yavanna a big hug and just is kind of sitting down holding the journal, thinking about too many things.
When I first get to know someone,
Mm.
well, she thinks, I actually can't remember the last time I tried to get to know someone, but I imagine you could write a riddle and see if they answer back. That's always a favorite of mine.
You and your riddles.
Maybe you could discuss magical theories or the state of affairs, or even perhaps you could discuss nature or history. No, these are far too intellectual. How about asking them how they are? Dear Kiki, how are you?
That's not bad. That's usually what I ask the first thing I do when I see a bunch of people. So I guess that makes sense, right? The thing that you were talking about earlier, I don't know too much about dates, but that does quite sound like a date. At least that's just my guess. And then she's darting over her eyes
Yavanna
because
says,
everyone's making that joke.
I have never been on a date. I wouldn't know.
Right. Everyone over there keeps talking about ink and you, and I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to leave that there just because, again, I see you as my sister and everything, but he's very cute, isn't he?
He is quite intelligent, yes.
I said cute. I don't think that. Okay, that's fine. And she's just gonna go sit and sway back and forth in the chair with the book. I don't know how to talk about boys with this person.
She just says,
She's just thinking that in her head.
I'm very fond of the spoon riddle. Very fond indeed.
Oh. Yeah, I thought it was hard, so I definitely wasn't going to get that riddle.
I think heart is an acceptable answer.
Oh, thank you. I thought so too. Is there anything else I should know before this fight, Yavanna?
That you are braver than you think, stronger than you look, and that a single grain of faith can move mountains.
That's beautiful.
And then she kind of like pokes your nose a little and scrunches hers and gives you a smile. You've got this. You always have. You are a Kelross, after all.
Yes. Yes. I am. I am a Kelross. And she like stands up from the chair. She's like, I am a Kelross and I can fight my dad. This sounds crazy. I'm going to sit back down and think about what I'm going to say again. But first, and then she gives you a big hug. Thank you for believing in me. For real this time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
As always.
Listen.
Anything else for Solana?
No, I mean that's her scene unless Certain comes up and talks to her or anything, then it's different. But she's just gonna sit there and hold the book and really think pensively. That's it.
All right. Ink.
Yes.
Any side role play for you?
I think he would be perusing the library. And when people are ready to go, he would actually like to stay. He finds there's much knowledge to be held in these walls, and would like to experience it.
Roll an investigation.
Investigation 22.
You may add 7 new spells to your spell book.
Oh, fuck.
God damn.
As you are searching,
hot.
the Fey elf, known as Círdan, actually pulls a book from the shelf, and he motions for it to float over to you.
He reaches out for it, looks to him, and gives a gentle nod. Thank you.
He gives you an arrogant smirk, and then he steps away. As he steps away, you hear this sound, and then you kind of see his robe shuffle, and he adjusts, and this fat fucking cat out of the top of his robe. Meow. And he just keeps walking away like it's the most normal thing.
He gives a slight tilt to his head. Ah, interesting. And goes back to his book.
It is a spell book. However, when you open it up, it is very erotic drawings all across the pages. At first, you go to close it, like, oh, this is not what I expected. You open it back up, and with a 22, you see that all of the drawings are actually formula. Tiny words written in such a way that they form moving erotic photos. And I'm talking orc on male orc action, male female elves, gnomes, Leonin. I mean, it is just like almost a gag. No pun intended. Roll me a perception.
Not as high there. I got a 9.
Okay. You aren't sure the wizard who wrote it, but it is excellently hidden.
Interesting. Yes, he begins to spend the rest of his time in silence studying these spells.
You begin to study?
Mhm.
Roll an investigation.
God dang it.
Would you like to use an inspiration?
Sure, why not? Not worse. Perfect. Investigation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Total 9.
Okay. Would you like to roll another inspiration? Last one I'll give you, but Arcana this time?
Arcana. Plenty higher. That was total 25.
All right. As you begin to study, you notice that the pages begin to move, the drawings on them, and there are sounds that filter up. The deeper you delve into this book, the more lewd they become, until the moans are so loud that you hear a snicker, and you notice Círdan watching you, and he's eating a couple berries. He'll eat one, and then I'll let the cat sniff it, and the cat, makes a face, and then he'll eat it again. And he's just watching you, and then he says, "Do you like it?"
It is quite interesting. A lot of knowledge held here.
Have you heard of a sphere of annihilation?
Have I, DM?
What is your intelligence score? Or your plus? Your plus to it?
Plus 5.
Yep, you have. It is literally a sphere that annihilates everything within a certain radius of it. It's a very deadly spell, technically from a previous edition of Dungeons and Dragons.
The sphere of annihilation.
Yes,
It's quite destructive.
very, but useful.
There could definitely be time for that.
Perhaps when you're powerful enough, you'll be able to decipher the pages. It's my favorite lovemaking scene.
Love making.
And he eats it. Yes, all of the pages depict such, don't they?
Love. He kind of looks at it a little bit puzzled.
Ah, do you need help? Let me pull out the trifold. And he walks up and he pulls a string that you didn't see in the book and it unfolds to a full-size woman. Perfection, isn't she?
There's like a tilt to his head. Quite curious.
Very.
Is this yours?
And then he flips it to the back and you see his name in Elven.
Do all your arcane equations result in love making?
Just this book.
You're quite interesting.
I ran out of space on my
So-
flesh and bones to write spells, so I had to go to outside sources.
Ink looks to his arms and his body and looks back and goes, that was a worry of mine as well.
You'll have to learn. Writing on your bones is the most difficult. And then he gets right in your face. Like, direct eye contact. What's your passive perception?
15.
You see that even in his irises are spells. Tattooed.
Interesting. Thank you for this moment. You've given me much to think about.
I hope I've given you more than just thoughts. And he taps in the book. And then he holds out a berry to you.
Maybe. He takes it.
Roll a
He
Constitution
eats it.
saving throw. Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. 21.
You notice that inside the blackberry, it's been kind of hollowed out, and as you're eating it, there's some type of powder that explodes in your mouth. You feel a rush, like a zing, 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 zing feeling, and Cyrdan just grins like a mad fiend or a fox. He says, "I'm quite a fan. Do you like it?"
It was something I've never experienced before.
Ah, well, now you won't need to sleep. You're welcome.
Well, thank you.
About 12 days, though, you'll start experiencing hallucinations and headaches, and then you should sleep. And he hands you a little bag of these berries that are filled with some very, very fine white powder.
And what are these called? These berries?
Snacks.
Snacks. Well, thank you. I have much to explore tonight.
Indeed you do. The book contains many secrets. I'm curious to see if you can discover all of them.
I too am very curious.
Not all the spells are evil. Just some of the ones I read from the Necronomicon.
There are
You've
others.
delved in the Necronomicon.
Ah, yes, the Book of Vile Darkness, the Necronomicon, written by Igwil herself. She's kind of boring, if you ask me. If I were to critique her, I would say words too large, brain too small. Period. -1 star, Sudan. But just as boring as Palor and his Book of Virtuous Deeds. I have some of those spells in there as well. You'll see them. I made sure they were extra juicy.
He turns the page, and you can see his head tilt, almost like he's
Quite the
looking
impossible
upside down.
position, isn't it? You'll figure it out soon enough, boy. You have many years left to live.
That I do. And I've seen many years of lives. None quite like this.
Ah, this is the good stuff. The best stuff. Nothing quite like losing your body in a sensation of primal, fundamental, elemental desire. You see, when you're all thoughts and you're all brain, you lose something in life. But when you silence the mind and you allow the body to flourish, it is quite the unique experience.
Interesting.
Rather addicting, heady even. Dare I say, better than some of these spells.
I've come to learn from many perspectives this day. Many perspectives I've not yet experienced. The way riddles see the world in a different light. Now, through your words. Interesting. Release, you say. My brain.
Oh, yes. Release your brain and your body will release in such a shuddering way. Quite monumentous. Addicting. Fun.
It is quite interesting. I guess there's more to learn through experience than just watching.
Oh,
Is
indeed.
that-
The doing is the best part. The very best.
I see. It seems coming to the material plane was a good idea then.
Absolutely. I don't regret it a day. And he eats another berry. You've counted 12 that he's eaten so far in this short conversation with you. His pupils are humongous. And he's got the vibration of I see everything.
Is it good to eat that many berries? I mean,
Not for you.
snacks.
You should only have one snack when you require no sleep.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Sarah.
You are welcome, Ink. I looked into the mind of everyone, and yours was the most intriguing, also the most prudent, so I thought it would be a joy to introduce you to the joy of fundamental destiny. Also,
He looks to the book. Fundamental Destiny.
oh yes. And then he flips a couple pages, and you see this, a lot of people on the page.
I feel like they both start tilting the other way now.
Yep. And the pages then slowly begin to move. Yes. He pats you on the back once. Enjoy. And then he kind of skips off.
yeah, he just continues to decipher the the many intricacies of the book.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of like twisting it around and then it like folds out.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It's very like he's like literally starts turning the book around his head till he squints some parts.
It's a whole new world.
Hmm.
All right. I believe more or less.
At this point, I think they would walk over to Arendor.
Mm-hmm.
I had the pleasure of meeting your brother. He gifted me something,
He like looks really worried for a second.
although I tried to steal it first.
He looks less worried when you say that.
A spoon. In exchange for a story. How interesting. He is not like you. But I like him.
You've
And you.
not quite ever said that about anyone before. You like him. You've
He seems so sad. Do you remember long, long ago how I felt? Empty. Even now, sometimes. Empty. Alone. Dark. He seems like this. Are you not close with your brother?
not as close as we once were, no. But I understand him more now than I did when I was younger.
Interesting. I have a question, Arendor.
I have an answer. Let's see if they match.
Círdan mentioned that Keeper held the spirit of the Dunafell.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What did he mean? What did he mean?
Keeper keeps the veil. The in-between, the godless realm. Think for a moment with me. One of those that must not be named gets a hold of a spirit in the afterlife that is as powerful as a natural disaster. What dark magics could it then fuel?
There would be nothing left.
Keeper holds a lot more than just Dunafell. Pieces of all 9 riders are within his realm. Sorry, within their realm. Keeper has no gender.
They've never mentioned this before. Is that why I'm here, Arendor? Why you asked for me?
Yes. And we're here because I need to convince my brother that we are worth helping.
Hmm. And how do you plan to convince someone like him?
Cunning. Trickery. Offering all of you up as sacrificial lambs.
Of course.
For his
Your typical misdeeds.
his entertainment. I mean, he's already getting up to it. I merely provided the playing ground for him to do so.
Perhaps I was wrong when I said you two were very different. It seems you are both the same.
Come now.
Destructive, mischievous, and all around fun. Arendor, I am confused about what exactly we are doing because it is quite worrisome. The mark on you, the mark on me, the mark on everyone. We are not safe, are we?
Correct.
A curse within a curse.
When the veil is
There we go.
when the veil is repaired, it will vanish.
But my curse will not. Tell me, Arendor, what have you told your brother about me?
That you seek the great Vorpal spoon.
Do you know where it is?
He will not tell me.
But do you, Arendor, know where it is?
I have a guess. Nothing more.
And pray tell, Arendor, mischievous man, where?
In his pocket.
What?
He leans forward. But perhaps not the he that you think of when I say so. Perhaps it is the second, third, or fourth he that comes to mind. But it's in a pocket. I believe. A pocket.
So many tricks, so many words. How deceitful.
It is the truth. I believe it is in a pocket. Of the third or fourth man that comes to mind. It's not deceitful, to tell you the truth. Just tricky. That's fun, isn't it?
I guess you're right. You know, he told me that you were right.
How so?
I told him a tale of long time gone, and he told me that you were right and I was beautiful.
He sits straight up. He said that to you. And he was sober?
He said, Arendor is right. You are quite beautiful.
Oh, more or less. This is very good. Seduce my brother. In any way possible. Yes, you could look like anything. You could quite literally be his ideal woman. And then he would be obligated to be on our side. My side. Our side. We're a team. But listen, this is perfect. He grabs your hands. This is amazing. He has never complimented a woman quite like this while sober. Well, man, you. What form were you in? How were you?
The best form, of course. The hag.
He called you beautiful even as the hag. Then he like starts like kind of freaking out a little, like, this is great news. My brother, who is more like unto a cat or a creature that hates mankind, called you beautiful. And not only that, you genuinely believe him. You believe that he really believed it. And he was sober. Yes, he was sober. He gave you a gift. He gave you a boon. What did he give you?
A spoon.
What kind? What did it look like? Show me.
And more or less will look around over their shoulders to make sure no one else is looking and pull out the spoon made of starlight.
He gave you his wand?
What?
Arendor like plucks the spoon from your hand and it changes form. And it looks like solidified starlight. A wand glowing at the end.
Give it back.
He does. And it transforms back into a spoon. That is quite a boon that you have there, my friend. This is good. It means he's on our side. At least that we can convince him that what I am doing is not folly. Convince him to aid.
And you want me to do this, Arendor?
I mean, I can't sleep with my own brother. He has a weakness. It's women with large breasts and tiny waists and effeminate men and cats. That's it. He likes cats. He hates everyone else. And he sleeps with attractive women and men who are twinks. That's it. Everyone else.
So like my normal form is what you're saying. What I normally look like on a regular basis, you find this attractive.
Me? I find you beautiful in and out, no matter what form you are in. For me, you should know this, my friend. It has never been about what you show on a physical... Yes! Cats! We're getting distracted. But he is... When he is drunk, when he is not sober, he is very easy. Very easy. I mean... disgustingly so. But... if he actually likes you, then he might get feelings. And if he has feelings and his sociopathic tendencies and his desire to watch the entire world burn like a cat watches a mouse die slowly in a trap, maybe will be eased a little. And he'll join us in repairing the veil. It's perfect. It is a perfect plan.
This seems outrageously strange, Arendor, and I am I am always one for words, but I am more so one for spoons, and you are so strange.
I have a plan,
Okay.
and it requires my sociopathic brother to care.
So then, you want to make him care
Indeed.
about you, about us.
Indeed. Now, originally, I was going to have a conversation with the Requiem when the time was right and say that she should try to play on the emotional side of things, but I think perhaps the relationship there would be more physical and less emotional, right? But I thought if we addict him enough, then he'll do whatever she wants. And by extension, whatever I want. But you touching him here, and he touches his own chest, how fundamental, how curious, how strange. He is a untouchable star, distant, remote. He has witnessed thing upon this earth and has done nothing when he could have. He and
So
my
your plot
yes.
is for me to become the spoon that stirs his heart and warms his soul.
Yes. In any way possible. It's perfect.
More or less, it's just kind of like fingering the spoon in her hand.
My other idea was perhaps to sit Craven on him, but I think the boy is straight as a knife's edge.
Knife. No, we must bend like the end of a spoon.
Yes, and spoon up the almost homicidal maniac. Almost, but not quite. Just enough that he... Just a little... He's not quite like my sister, but he's...
You have a sister.
Oh, yes. I have an older sister.
Arendar. The trouble, the trouble, the trouble.
This is perfect. Perhaps we could do like a 1-2 punch thing. I should inquire of the Requiem. No.
To have his heart beat for someone like a spoon beats against a bowl.
That's good. Maybe he'll like that. He's very eccentric.
More or less puts the spoon back in their bag. Arendar, there's much to think about. Much to do before tomorrow. You concern me.
Why ever for?
I am all for chaos, Arendar. But your mischievous ways, they will most definitely stir up trouble.
Undoubtedly. But what is life without a little bit of trouble, right?
You know, life is uncertain, but my love for spoons is constant. It's quite the addiction.
And let my brother Círdan be the ladle of your soul.
Spoon me tender, spoon me true. Shall I say something like that? I feel like these are common lines for the young children these days to capture the hearts of those they love. I am not much for that. I've never much thought of that.
Yes. Yes.
more or less just kind of goes and takes a seat somewhere and just kind of looks off into the distance, thinking about feelings. Which seem very strange and not natural.
Arendor slinks off now that he's lit a forest fire. He's also not going to take any fault for this. All right. Craven.
Yes.
Any side RP for you?
I would like to have a side conversation with Arendor.
Okay,
If
you
possible.
find him slinking off after what seems to be an intense conversation.
Craven's gonna walk up and like put his arm around him, like, "Hey, where are you off to?"
I was simply going for a stroll throughout the prairie. Yourself?
Well, I suppose I'll be accompanying you. As I said earlier, I think we need to have a chat.
Of course. I wouldn't dream of missing having a conversation with you, Craven.
Of course you wouldn't. You weren't slinking off or anything, were you? So, lead the way. Find some space. Have a nice talk.
Okay. He starts to walk down the aisles. And it doesn't really seem like he has a destination.
Are we going somewhere? I'm just gonna be walking these halls all night.
Yes, I am just waiting for you to begin conversation.
So, were you gonna tell us more about this Dunafell stuff, or was this just gonna kind of happen? I overheard you and Kelross arguing about it as well. Seems he was quite perturbed over it.
Yes, he doesn't believe in your abilities.
I got that. Seems that you weren't able to really convey our strengths to him, huh?
I mean, listening to him, you must know that he's very particular.
Right.
Would prefer to see and experience it for himself than listen to someone he considers a thief and a liar.
And can I ask, who is it that he misses? Who is your friend?
He gets very serious. His wife.
Is this somebody that we should know about? Or perhaps what fate has befallen them?
She died giving birth to Solana.
I see. And is that somewhat why he's particularly protective of her?
You would assume correct.
Would this happen to have anything to do with the fact that she's not always herself?
Correct. He has a tumultuous relationship with the Requiem, but I'm sure you've heard. They do not get along.
wonder if... Do you think that this might be able to be used to our advantage in some way in our fight tomorrow? I don't like to call on the names of those that people have lost, but Ivana did mention that he is blinded by his anger.
So you wish to throw him off by bringing up his dead? Not a bad strategy.
Not one for low blows, but I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot going on right now. And Arendor, I know I give you a lot of shit. And it's been a long time since we've had a real talk. But I'm having a really hard time right now. I am trying to keep everything together, but this fight coming, everything that they said about Dunafel, and the druid, I don't know, he told me that I may have been his brother, and that I have a decision to make about the path that I walk. And and all of these people, they're so aggravating because they all want to be family and best friends, and I don't know. I don't know where I'm at right now.
During the battle, how did you feel?
I mean, at the start, there's always sort of that moment of kind of fear and surprise, but I guess after a while, like once I, got into the combat, I guess I started feeling exhilarated, I mean, once I get into my groove, I don't know, I feel empowered, I feel a flow. But I don't know, when it's over or when I just get knocked down, it all comes rushing back. And there was a moment when we were in combat that they had said, you should have never been released. What does that mean?
I am uncertain. You're sure that's what they said to you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. We were fighting. I think they said that to me. Maybe, I don't know. I could be mistaken. really hadn't counted on all of this. You know? I just don't feel like I'm strong enough. Like, from the beginning, everyone had to rush to my rescue, and then I got led off by that fawn lady, and just I don't feel like I'm contributing. I feel like I'm a burden, and I guess I always sort of feel that way. He almost died, and it was my fault.
I am sorry you are carrying these burdens, my young friend. But let me tell you what I see. I see a young man taking upon his shoulders a mantle of pressure that would crush kingdoms, riding day and night to find a wizard who is tricksy, because he has exhausted all other resources in attempting to find that which he feels responsible for. A weak person does not lift that responsibility alone. And that is exactly what you've done. Did you panic? Did you run and tell the god? Or did you simply see a problem and lift it up from the ground where it lie and carry it? A weak person you are not, Craven.
Yep. I appreciate that you would say that, but I mean, maybe I just did it out of fear. Just to, I don't know. I mean, not many of them are a big fan of me around there, and I mean, I couldn't just take responsibility for it or ask for help. I probably would have been blamed. So what choice did I have? You know, I mean, what does that say? That's not strength.
You
It's just
can feed me
self-preservation.
and yourself as many excuses as you would like, Craven. I watched you in battle. When you heard the creatures in the fog, what is the first thing you did? A wall to protect you and your party. And it doesn't matter if you see them as family. You certainly see them as people, which is far beyond some individuals in this very room. Good people.
They are good people. And I don't want to let them down.
And you won't. Whatever you bring is enough, Craven. You are enough.
I I'll try, but I mean, I don't really have any other choice anyway, so I mean,
You always have a choice.
that's what the druid said as well. Sure doesn't feel like it.
Why is that?
I mean, I've taken this burden as well. I'm a piece of the puzzle. You can't complete the picture if there's one missing.
Oh. So you're curious?
I mean, that's definitely a part of it. I do want to find out how this ends. I want to find out what happened. I want to find out who I am. I mean, I have always felt out of place, and when I spoke to the druids, something resonated with me. And I want to know more.
Craven.
Yeah.
I'm sorry so many have failed you in your life. To the point that now you feel that your worth is so minuscule. And I wish and he puts a hand on your shoulder. I could have taken you before now. But I truly thought your time with Taranduin was good for you.
He's a good man. And I do appreciate every kindness that he has given me. But... and you've done a lot for me. I do appreciate it.
I'm not going anywhere, boy. Rage against me all you like. I am a pillar. And I stand here, ready for you to hold on to. Give me your weary, your broken, your pain. And I love you despite and in spite of all of that, boy.
And Craven hugs him. Thank you. I'm going to do my best. I will stand with the others and fight. And I know as negative as I might come off at times, I know that there's more. I know that there's reasons to fight. And sometimes I just lose sight of what mine is. I feel lost and afraid. being alone in the darkness is all I feel I've ever known.
He holds you tight,
Thank you.
a lot like a father or grandfather would.
Thank you.
You are an incredible boy. You always have been. But guess what? The dark is your friend, Craven. It isn't to be feared.
Maybe you're right.
And he sweeps his hand through this area, this like part of the stacks, and all of the lights go out. And then you watch as the spines of the books begin to glow. If there is no dark, however could we see the stars?
I suppose there does need to be that contrast in the world.
That's like you. A star. The dark is your friend. You are a piece of creation, necessary for all things. The circumstance of your birth is incredible.
You know about that?
I do.
Could you tell me? Please, anything. I just feel like I have so many questions and they're all going unanswered. I just need something to latch on to something to ground me.
Who would you like to know about? Your mother or your father?
The Druid had mentioned my father. Do you know about him?
Yes. What did the Druid say to you about him? Kind things?
Not too much. Just that I think he was trying to find him or something. I couldn't really ask much. There was so many different questions swirling in my head at the same time. Who was my father?
A warrior. A protector. A man who always tried to do right. But the people feared him. Your father was gifted. His sway over night and shadow, insurmountable by any other of the arcane arts. Your father was capable of calling the arcane and the divine, of making living shadows. And the people feared him. And eventually they betrayed him.
What happened? What happened to him?
He was tried as a traitor, and he was burned by the country he swore to protect. He was good, Craven.
Doesn't sound like anybody else thought that.
It doesn't matter what they thought. He was good. And he knew if there was anyone to be sacrificed, that it should be him.
Well, guess I'll have to just take your word for it. Thank you for telling me about him, though. Sounds like, I don't know. Big shoes to fill, I guess, with as great as you make him sound, right?
Craven, what made your father good was the same fundamental things that you possess. And he touches your chest for a moment. Everything that is here. You are cunning. You carry a wit. You are unafraid to speak your mind. And you will do what is best, even if the world stands against you. Your father was not immune to fear. He was very afraid. But he acted in spite of that fear. Just as you are doing now. And that is incredible. The orb.
Craven will pull it out.
It was your mother's.
He just kind of stares deeply into it, as if looking for something. Did it belong to her, or did she make it?
She asked me to make it. But she is the one who created it.
I see.
So naturally, it is yours.
Thank you for keeping it safe until you gave it to me.
You are welcome, my boy.
I could ask you a million other questions, and I'd love to hear about my mother right now, but I think it's best that I focus. Big day tomorrow. Talking strategy. Yes. Yeah.
He takes both of your
Um,
shoulders and all the lights turn back on. Your father would be very proud of you. He is. Very proud of you. And he embraces you once more. And that's where we're gonna end.
Brilliant. Let's go, Hazard. That was wonderful.
Hazard, that was so
And
good.
scene.
Holy shit.
I'm so proud of you.
Give him an Oscar. It's beautiful.
Oscar Mayer Wiener.
What? Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
What? Later? We're almost done. Hang on.
Good shit.
Good shit.
I got my porno. I'm good.
The Kama
I was about to
Sutra.
say, you basically gotta, yeah.
My hentai.
Dirty
manga.
book.
Yeah, comic. What the fuck? I was
Such a
trying to have
bitch.
just a funny meme moment. You had to pull my heartstrings like that.
Thank you for joining us for episode 10 of Call to Shadow. We look forward to seeing you next time when we finally face Armand Kelross. Okay, bye.
Dun, 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 dun,
Thank you, Publix. Woo. We're gonna go kill my dad. We're gonna go kill my dad.